Welcome to this course. What you will learn by watching this full 4-hour video is you will be able to start writing FastAPI applications, connecting into an Oracle database, upgrading and modifying the Oracle database by using Alembic, connecting it with an ORM called SQLAlchemy, deploying it to OCI to a container instance, deploying it to a private instance and connecting it to a load balancer with SSL termination, and also deploying it to a public instance and deploying it with your own NGINX load balancer and proxy server. So there's a lot of content. I will show you step by step how to do it. We will, however, not go very deep into all of the details. I will show you the basics, but I think if you are able to get the basics and you are able to understand what I'm doing while I'm writing the code and while I'm explaining it to you, then you will be able to go and browse documentation in the FastAPI documentation website. And regarding the Oracle database and deploying it to OCI, you will be able to browse the documentation as well. One of the reasons, and not the only one, why we are using Oracle database and deploying it to OCI is because many experts claim that it's the best database in the world, and it's still used in most enterprises. So if you want to learn to deploy and write your solutions with an Oracle database because your focus is to deploy it into an enterprise, this is a good start for you. And the reason why we're deploying to OCI, it's also because the cloud IaaS and PaaS services has enterprise focus. And also they offer a very, very generous, always free resources. So what we're going to do is use an autonomous database for free and deploying it on OCI with a container instance, with a private instance, and with a public instance, all for free. We're going to use also Cloudflare for the SSL, but you can also use certbot SSL certifications, which I'm going to show you as well how to use it. So there's a lot of content. We're going to look at creating some tables, some CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete on the database. We're going to look up at authentication with JSON web tokens. We're going to modify the database with Alembic. We're going to implement CORS, and then we're going to deploy it. And I hope you like the videos, and leave your comments below. Like it if you like it, subscribe if you like this content, and I hope it's useful for you. So the first thing that we will need is to have Python installed on our computer. So go to python.org, click on downloads, select the version 3.11.6 because that's the version I will be using. Click on download, select your operating system, download it, and install it. So one important note when you're installing it on Mac, after installation, you will get this window opened. It is very important that you install the certificates, and you need to install it as an administrator. So if you're using a current user which is not an administrator, switch to an administrator and run this command. The other option is that you can sudo and install the certificate command if you are not an administrator and you are a sudoer. So this is very important because otherwise you will face some SSL issues when trying to connect to a database. So the next thing is Visual Studio Code. I will be using this IDE. It is a very good one, and you can download it for your operating system and install it. The third one is the Oracle SQL Developer. Go search for Oracle SQL Developer on Google, download the installer for your operating system. In my case, is the Mac operating system, and install it. And lastly, you can download Postman. Go to postman.com and select your desktop application and download it and install it. And that's it. I have now opened Visual Studio Code. And I want you to go to extensions and search for Python. You would select the first one, the one from Microsoft, and install it. The next thing we want to do is open a folder. We'll go to Documents, create a new one, FastAPI Oracle, open the folder, and we want to create a virtual environment. So in order to do that, click here or Command-Shift-P, put greater than, and search for the create environment one. I will select a VNV environment and select the version 3.11.6. You will see that this folder is being created and Python will be installed in this folder, and every package we install will be installed in this folder. And this is very convenient because if you have different projects with different package version requirements, this will isolate it and you will be able to run those different projects without any trouble. You can see if I click here, Python has been installed, pip has been installed, activate has been installed, and the libraries will be installed in here. So the next thing we want to do is create a new file, and we call it main.py. I will open up a terminal, by the way, with Command J. I will trust the folder and continue. I want this to be activated. You can see I opened up terminal and the VNV virtual environment was not selected. So I will Command-Shift-P or click in here and select greater than. I will select the interpreter and it resulted in an error. I don't know why. Select interpreter. I will close Visual Studio Code and restart it again. It's the first time that I get this error. There's always a first time. I will open up the folder. We'll do that again. Select the interpreter. Okay, now it has been selected. Let me Command J now. But it was not activated. So the way to activate it is go to source, put VNV, bin, activate. And now if I do Python version, I have my Python version 3.11.6. So that's it. We have created a virtual environment for our project. We will be creating now our first API. And in order to do that, what we need to do is pip install FastAPI. And remember, we are in the VNV in here. So every package will be installed here. So this has been installed. I will also install pip install uvicorn. And from FastAPI, import FastAPI. Let me go and do select interpreter. It should be selected. The VNV should be selected. I was in the wrong one. Now it detects the FastAPI package. So what I'm going to do is create an instance of my FastAPI. So now I created the application and I will create a path operation. A path operation consists of a path and an operation method. A typical path is when you go to, for example, google.com/foo.bar. This is the path. And operations are get, post, put, delete, and so on. So how do we define a path operation? We do a decorator by using the app in here, selecting what kind of operation we want to do. I'm going to do a get operation. and we're going to select the path, and the path will be just a slash. Next, we define the function that will be associated with the path operation. So let's name it get root, and let's return something. Response success. Let's save it. Now let's run it with UVcorn. UVcorn, let's call the main file, it's called main, and the app, it's called app. Hit enter, and we get a server running on our local host. So let's open that, and we get a response success. So our first API works. I'm going to open my Postman and try the API with Postman. So I'm going to create a new collection or HTTP request. I'm going to get to my local host, to my root path, hit send, and we get a 200 response with a response success. I'm going to save this, create a collection, call it FastAPI Oracle, and call the request get root. Now, an interesting feature of FastAPI is that you get some built-in documentation. If you write docs in here, you can see that it has been documented, and I can always use it for documentation purposes, but I can also try it out and get a response. So I click try out, I click execute, I will get the curl, the request URL, the response body, in this case, response success. But I also get another documentation tool called Redoc, and it's a different way of documenting the API. I can actually download the open API specification and actually import it to Postman or to any open API compatible AP management software. So just as a quick summary, we create an instance of FastAPI. Then we define a path operation decorator. And then we define a path operation function, and we return something. And lastly, we run the UVcorn server like that. Next, we're going to create some path operation and a path operation function, also a get request, but I want to get the path parameters. A path parameter is the one, or path variable is the one that I get. For example, if I type google.com, and this is a variable, and this could be a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 7, 4 to 6, whatever. This is a path variable, and I want to get it into my path function. So let's create it. Let's create app get. Let's go to the root. Let's define the path variable. We'll call it ID. The path operation function, I will define it as get path variable. And I will define the variable here. It will be of type integer, and I will return a response based on that path variable. I will say the path variable is, I will do it as an F function, ID. And if I save and reload the UVcorn, and now go to my Postman, put a 2 in here, I will get path variable is 2. If I put the root, I will still have a success. If I go to my Chrome browser, go to Redux, I will have my two functions, getRoot and getPathVariable. And if I go to my docs, I'll have the getRoot and the getPathVariable, which I can test out in here. So I can select an integer, and I will get path variable is 2. If I select another variable like 12 and execute, path variable is 12. One important thing is that order matters. FastAPI will look at the first path operation and then at the second one. If it finds a match in the first one, it won't go to the second one. So let me give you an example. If I have a path called /me, and this is of type string, and let me call it text to not be confused with the ID. What happens if I go to /me? If I go to /me, it will say it is not a valid integer. Okay, what happened? I changed the code, I saved, but I did not reload the UV cone. In order to make it reload when it finds some changes in the code, I will do and select the reload option in here. Now, next time I save something, maybe I say hello me and save it. Look at the bottom of the screen, you will see a reload. So if I send it now, we'll say hello me. But it didn't go into this variable here where it prints the variable of me. And actually this is wrong. It should be text in here. But if I put me too, it will see there is no match with the me because it's me too and not me. Then it would go to the /text and print that variable. So the order actually matters. Let's take a look at query parameters. The typical query parameter is the one in which you have some query. This is a variable. This is the content of the variable, and limit equals 10. So those are query parameters, and let's look at how to build some APIs with query parameters. So let's build a path operation. Let's comment this out just for a second. And let's define a function called getQuery parameters. And let's define a query of type string and an integer, and a limit of type integer. And let's return query parameters. Let's put an F string. Query is query, limit is limit, and save it. Let's do it in the browser. Okay, it says values missing. I'm not defining I'm defining it as a required parameters. So let's put, what was it? Query and limit. So query equals FastAPI and limit equals 10. Now we get query is FastAPI and limit is 10. So what happens if I uncomment this one and do it like that? Hello world. What happens if I go to exactly the same query? It goes and finds the hello world, and that's because, as I mentioned before, the order matters. And in order to avoid this, we can define these as optionals, and being none, we uncomment this one, save, hit enter, query parameters FastAPI limit is 10. We remove it. Query is none, limit is none. What happens if we want to print hello world? What we do is, if query is not none and limit is not none, then we return this one, else return this one. Save hello world, and we put the query parameters. We get the query parameters here. So how do we receive data through a request body? Let's do that. Let's have a post request, because that's how you should send data in a body. Create a function, get request body. And let's pause here for a second. So the way we get data through a request body is, first we need to define what the request body should look like. And the way we do it is by defining a class that inherits from a Pydantic base model from Pydantic, and we need to install it, by the way. So let's go close this, cancel this session, and pip install. I think it's already installed with FastAPI. Let me just check it. From Pydantic, yeah, import base model. So now we create a class. We are gonna call it item that inherits from base model. We're gonna create name, which will be a string, a description, which will be a string or none. So this is optional. Default is none. Price will be a float, and will be defined a tax, which will be a float or none. Default will be none. So now we need to define the request body we're getting in here, and we will get the request body through that item. So what we're going to do is now return basically the item. Let's go to Postman, create a new HTTP request. It will be a post request to the URL. Let's try to send it like that. Let's save it first. Let's name it, I don't know, request body. Let's send it. Error connection, yes, because we did not start it. The UVcorn, actually, we canceled it. Let's start again. Hit send. Okay, field is missing. We're getting some validation here. So we now need to go to body and create an object with at least name and a price. So let's put name, my item, and price. Let's send it now, and we get the name, the description as null, price, and a tax of null. If we go to our browser and we go to our docs, we can see that we have a post request now. We can click in here, try it out, and fill out the data as we did before in Postman. So name my item 2 with a description of my description, a price of 12.34, and a tax of 1.00. Execute it, and we get the response. So we are able to get the request body in the way that I just showed you. We define a class, we put the class in here, and we access the item through that variable we define in here. So the next thing we're going to learn to do is how to connect our FastAPI application to a database. And for a database, we are using the Oracle database. And we are using the Oracle database for many reasons. One of the reasons is it's the best database in the world, as DB engines rank them. The second database would be MySQL, but there's an advantage over MySQL, and that is many enterprise customers use Oracle. And if you want to actually implement and create some FastAPI projects for an enterprise, it would be also good to learn how to do it with Oracle. There's not much difference actually between Oracle and MySQL in terms of the development process. It will be very, very similar, but if we can use the best database in the world, then much better. And there's another advantage, and that is if you search for Oracle always free resources, if we get to the second link, I believe it is, we have a very generous Oracle offer for always free resources. And we can get up to 2 Oracle Autonomous Database for free. It's a hosted solution, so you don't have to take care of the database, and that's very, very generous. And on top of that, we'll get up to 4 instances of ARM Ampere A1 compute for 4 instances a month. And that's also very generous. At the end of this lessons, or at the end of the course, we will be learning how to deploy our FastAPI to one of the instances, or actually we will be learning 2 or 3 deployment options, and we will be able to do it in the Oracle Cloud because of the always free services that we get with Oracle. So now let's go and create our account. Now let's go to cloud.oracle.com. Click on sign up. You need to be very precise on how you enter the information. If there's any error, any misspelling on your address, Oracle will not accept the account creation. It will show up something like credit card validation error or something like that. It's actually usually not a credit card validation error, but Oracle probably interprets that you're trying to hide information, or you already have one account and it won't let you create another account, or you're trying to hide your name, your last name, and you need to be very precise. And a recommendation that I have read online is that you should look at a recipe from a credit card and enter the information exactly like in the credit card recipe. So let's try to create an account. And if you enter the information very precisely, you won't have any issue with an account creation. So confirmed my email address. I'm now creating my password, adding my information. I hit continue. I will save. Enter my address. I will hide this information from you. So I was able to create a new account. It's setting up the account. Let's sign in. Save the password. Secure validation method for proof you out. 2 types of verification. Multi-factor authentication. Enable secure verification. select a method. I have downloaded this application already. I've enrolled already. But I'm cloud native developer, web app developer. Not right now. What we're gonna do is go to Oracle database, create an autonomous transaction processing database. We're gonna show only always free resources. We're gonna create an admin password. We're going to select secure access from allowed IP and VCNs only, and select the CIDR block of. We don't want to select require MTLS. And we're going to enter our email address. I'm going to create autonomous database. We're going to skip the tour. Skip. So it's provisioning. Okay, it's available. The next thing we want to do is go to database connection, download the instance wallet. I'm going to show you what the different connection types are. I'm going to enter a password. You have different connection types. With MTLS, you need an instant wallet. That's called a thick connection. And if you go to TLS, that's called a thin connection. We're going to use actually thick connection with an instant wallet in SQL Developer. We can use both, and I'm gonna show you how to do both. So let's go to SQL Developer, and let me create a new connection. New connection. Admin. Let's do the following. Let's do something first. Let's go to database actions, SQL. Let's go to database users, sorry. And let's create a new database user, which is not admin. Let's create user. Let's call it. Let's create a password for that user. Enable web access and give it an 25 megabytes on tablespace data. Create user. And now we go to SQL Developer. Now we can create a new connection. We call it wallet connection. Put our username. I set this one. Save the password and we say it's a cloud wallet. And we go, and which one is that? I have two wallets, the one and then in 6F. This one is the latest. Let's test it. Okay, success. Let's save it. And let's connect. Okay, we have a wallet connection. Let me show you how to create a thin connection. Let's go to new connection here. I always forget let's put Oracle database JDBC thin connection string. Here we have it. Okay, let's create thin connection as the name, the username. Let's save the password. And we put the string here. We go to the database connection here, select a TLS connection, copy the string, go back in here, paste the string. Let's test the connection. Success, save the connection. All right. Okay, now let's try a connection with Python. Let's create a simple file called, let's try it again. Connection. Let's call it Oracle connection. Oracle connection test.py. And we need to import Oracle DB. We have not installed that yet, so we go to our terminal. We Control C here. We pip install Oracle DB. Okay, now we can import Oracle DB. Okay, and we need the username, we need the password, we need the connection string. So the username, the password, and the connection string. Where do we get the connection string from? Again, we go to database connection and we copy not the MTLS one, but the TLS one. We copied this connection string. Okay, now that we got this information, we will create a new connection equals Oracle DB connect, and we have user equals username, password equals password, and DSN is the connection string. And let's try that. If we're able to connect Python, Oracle. Yeah, no errors. We're able to connect. That's good. Obviously, when we're writing a program, we don't want the username, password, and connection string in our programs. So we're going to create a new file called .env, where we're going to store our variables. And we are going to call it Oracle DB username, Oracle DB password, and we're going to call it Oracle DB DSN. Okay. I'm going to delete this file. We don't need it anymore. It was just for testing purposes. And now I'm going to create a folder called app. I'm going to create every folder needs an init PI file. I'm going to move the main into the app. And I'm going to create a new app settings.py. So why do I want an app setting PI? Is because when I want to get some settings from the env, I want to have some code completion, and I want to be able to read it from the app settings class that I will be defining now. So let me show it to you let me go from Pydantic settings, and I think we need to install it, and it is Pydantic settings. I think we need to pip install Pydantic settings. From Pydantic settings, import base settings and settings config dict. I'm going to create a class called settings that inherits from base settings. I'm going to say Oracle DB username will be a string. I'm going to say Oracle DB password will be a string, and Oracle DB DSN will be a string. If I'm in a development environment, I'm able to set a username here, and if there is no env file, it would take it from here. If there is an env file, if I add this model config line, it will take it from the env file. Now we want to define a get settings function, which returns settings instance. And since I will be calling this a couple of times, we'll do from functions, from func tools, import ru cache, and it will cache this function, and it will make it more performant. So now we can actually use the get settings in order to get the settings from the env file. So how do we do it? We're going to create a new file called database.py, and I'm going to import from app settings, import get settings. I'm going to define a settings equals get settings, and my user, let's username equals settings dot, and here I should have autocompletion, Oracle username password equals settings dot Oracle password, DSN should be settings dot Oracle DSN. Now I need to make use of create engine, and for that we'll be using SQLAlchemy. So I need to do pip install SQLAlchemy. And from SQLAlchemy import create engine. So my engine will be create engine, and we will make it an F string here until that we're using the Oracle database driver. And we're going to put the user, we're going to put the password, not the user, it would be the username, the password, and that we're using this connection string. And this should create an Oracle database connection. So in order to use the connection, we want to define a get database that we can call from outside. and we're going to say database equals session, because the create engine will be, let me import from SQLAlchemy.org, import session. Okay. And I will return this session. So I'm going to try yield database, and finally db close. Okay. So once we call the getDB, we will return a session that is binded to the engine of the Oracle database. So we will be able to execute some database actions with SQLAlchemy by using the DB that we get from getDB. The next thing I want to do, I want to create an app, new folder, new file called database models.py. And what I want to do is create a new class called base, which inherits from declarative base from SQLAlchemy ORM import declarative base. It will be an empty class. I will say pass. And I want to create a new table, test table, which inherits from base. It will have the table name of test table. And in Oracle database, you don't have an auto increment kind of feature the same way you have in Postgres, SQL, or MySQL, but you have an identity column, and we need to define it, which does exactly the same. I say it identity, and we need to import it from SQLAlchemy identity, which we say it will start at 1 and it will increment 1. And then we define the ID, which will be a column. We need to import column from here. We will say that it's an integer, and we will say that it is an identity column. It is a primary key true, and we will define a test column number 1 equals a column. It will be a string. We need to import the string of 50. It will be unique, will be true, and nullable will be false. So we have defined the table. Now I want the table to be auto-created. So I need to add one additional line in here. And we need to import from app import database models. And I need to do database models dot base, dot base dot metadata dot create all. And we need to bind it to the end, bind it to the engine. So with this line, we are auto creating whatever is in this file in the database model. So let's do an additional thing. And in the app main file, let's remove all this. Let's create a path operation app. Let's get from here, create the function, get root with db, and let's just return message hello world. So this is doing nothing but just making a GET request. Let's run ubicorn, by the way, by calling app, because that's the folder name. Main, it's the file name. App, it's the app instance, the FastAPI instance. Click enter, reload. And let's go to our Postman, get the root. We should see the hello world. If we go to SQL developer and connect to the database, I will go to the schema browser. If I reload, I don't see any tables created. And that's because, why is that? So I'm actually not doing nothing with the database. So what I need to do is a couple of things. So first, from app import database. This should actually work already. Let me test it out. Let me save it. Pydantic settings not found. The database. The database model. App settings. It's there. Which ubicorn? I'm using the local ubicorn. That's weird. Pip install ubicorn. Which ubicorn? It's using the local ubicorn instance and not the one from the VNV. Ubicorn is here. Let me deactivate. Let me search. Then activate. Which ubicorn? Okay, now it's work. Now it should work. I know why I did that. Okay, now we go to the tables, refresh, and we got the test table auto-created. Why did that auto-create? Because in the main, we're just importing the database, and in the database, it's executing the create all. So everything we put in the database model here, a test table in this case, will be auto-created. So the next thing I want to do is actually play a little bit around with the test table, add some data to it just manually. Let's create a couple of names. Let's commit. We get the ID number 1 should be in there because of the identity table column, sorry. We create another one. We create another one. And we commit. We should have 3 committed rows in the test table. And now what I want to do is actually make use and try to read that information from my get operation. Now what I want to do is from my get path operation, I want to read information from the database. So how do I do that? I use dependency injection. I want to have a database, a variable, which I'm getting from typing. I should import that. Oops. From typing import annotated. I will be receiving a session. Remember that, let me write it fully. I will use get db, not like that. I will use a get db in here. And remember, get db returns a session. So I need from SQLAlchemy.org import session. And from FastAPI import depends. And from let me put database get db. So what this line is doing, it basically is using a dependency injection in here, or not dependency injection, an injection here of the code. It is calling getDB. It returns a type session and it puts it in a variable DB. So once this line gets called, it will get the database and return a session into the DB variable. So what I can do now, is to get the first result, or let's get them all. All results equals DB query. We want to query what? From app import database models. We want to query a database model table test table, and we want to get all. And yeah, let's do it like that. And let's return all results. Let's save it and use Postman, send, and we get the results. So it's very easy to get information from the database. Once we get the connection, we just need to use this injection depends to get a database, return the session, put it into the variable DB, and use SQLAlchemy to do some queries in the database. So now that we know how to fetch data from the database, let's delete our table and create a to-do app. So let's go to table, drop. I will drop everything. And let's go to database models and create not a test table, but a to-dos. Let's call it to-dos. Let's leave the identity column, but let's call this column title. And let's create a description column of string 50 as well. Nullable false. Let's save it. Let's see if we got it auto-created. No, we didn't. Yeah, we have. There we have our to-dos table. Okay, now let's go to our main app and let's implement some APIs in order to manage the to-dos. So the first one I'm gonna say is get to-dos. we are gonna get a list of to-dos. We are gonna put some validation in here. We're gonna say this is a type list from typing import list of database models to-dos. This is a list of to-dos. So let's rename it like list of to-dos. And we will be able to get, let me create a new HTTP request, get to-dos. Let's save it like to-dos. It's a get to-dos here. We send it. We have none because we have not created any to-dos yet. So let's create an API that creates actually the to-dos. We know how to do that. Post to-dos. And we're going to rename this one, by the way, get all to-dos. We're going to do a def create a to-do. We need the database connection, so we're going to copy this one and paste it in here. And we are going to say we need a to-do. And we need to define how the to-do looks like. Remember from one of the earlier sessions, we needed to create a class where we define how the to-do looks like, how the body from the request looks like. So what we're going to do is create a new file and call it pydantic models.py. And from pydantic import base model. And what we're going to do is create a new class called to-do, which inherits from base model. We give it a title, it's a string. We give it a description, it will be a string. We go back to our main file and we import from app, import pydantic models. And we say that this to-do is of type pydantic models dot to-dos. I don't like the to-dos here. Put to-do. And what we're going to say is that, so let us pause this for a second. So we're getting the connection through this database injection, and we are defining how the to-do body should look like, and we are getting the values through to-do. So now we need to create a new to-do. So let's say new to-do equals database models to-dos. And ideally we would need to put in here the title and the description. But since we have it already here in the to-do, what we're going to do is to-do. So this is deprecated, but I cannot remember. I think it's model dump or something like that. Model dump. So we're going to convert it into a dict, and we are going to put those as an argument in the to-do. So we're going to create this new to-do this way. And this is, by the way, the same way as doing like that, database models dot to-dos. And then we say new to-do dot title equals todo dot title, and new todo dot description equals todo dot description. So instead of doing it like that, I'm using this just one-liner. I'm going to comment this just for reference. Now it's very simple. We're going to db add new to do. We're going to db commit. And since we are using database operations in here, what I'm going to say is I'm going to put this in a try block and accept exception as E. And this is an exception. I'm going to raise an HTTP exception, which I'm going to get from FastAPI. And I'm going to say that status code equals from the FastAPI. I'm going to import status, and I'm going to use it in order to navigate the different status codes. I'm going to say not modified. I'm not sure if it's the right one, actually, but I'm going to put a detail code not add new to do. And I'm going to return a new to do. And actually, no, I'm going to return result to do created. So now if I run it, I'm going to create a new HTTP request. Will be a post request, and it will be to to-dos. It will have a body of title and description. The first to do, description, my first description. Let's save it and call it to-dos. It's supposed to do. I'm going to rename it create to do. And this one I'm going to rename it to list to-dos. So let's run it. To do created. If we go to list to-dos, I should have my first one. So I want to, if I go to create to-dos, you see the status code is 200 OK. This is not the status code we want to send. So if we go to the post one, if it runs successfully, I want to actually return 201 created. So if I save it and create a new to-do, but with a different name, the second to-do, my second description, I save it, we now see that we get a 201 created. And if I list the to-dos, I should have two to-dos now. Let's create a delete to-do. So let's create app delete. The path will be to-dos with a specific ID. This is a path parameter. So we're going to async def delete to-do. We're going to copy the database code in here. So we get access to a database, and we get an ID of an int, and that way we can access the ID here. And first of all, let's find out if there's a to-do with that ID. To-do with ID query. Gonna db query database models to-dos. I'm gonna filter by database models TODOs. Oops. TODOs ID equals ID. I'm going to check if that exists. That's the query, not the execution of it. So now I have to say TODO with ID equals TODO with ID query. I'm going to get the first one. And now I'm going to validate it. If TODO with ID equals none, and we're going to raise an HTTP exception, the status code of status 404 not found. I'm going to say an F string TODO with ID not found, does not exist. Else, then we're gonna go with the query, still the same query with the ID. I'm gonna delete it, not find the first one, but now delete it. That's the reason why we are reusing the query, and we need to do db commit. And we're gonna return TODO message result TODO deleted. Let's try it out. Okay, we have an error. Where is it? I think we have create TODO. Oh, we cut it. Okay. Instead of copying it, we cut it. Save it. Okay, and let's try it. Let's create a new HTTP request. That's delete from the URL TODOs. And let's put the key of, let's save it first. Let's put delete TODO. Let's list the TODOs. We have two TODOs. I'm going to delete the first one. So the one with ID value 1. I send it. TODO deleted. Get list TODOs. We only have the number 2, sorry. Now let's learn how to update a TODO. Update. Actually, it's not update, it's put TODOs with ID async def update TODO. We're gonna copy exactly the same thing here. And we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna query it. We're gonna find it. If we don't find it, say it does not exist. And we need, by the way, one additional thing. And it's actually the updated TODO. So let's write in here TODO, which comes from not database model, but pydantic models TODO. And then let's do TODO with ID query, update. Let's call it TODO model dump. db commit. I'm going to return which one? I'm going to recommit. I'm going to return this one, but I'm going to the same query, but now it has been updated, so I need to call it again. Let's try it out. Let's go to our Postman. Let's create, remember we have only one to do with ID number 2. Let's create a new one. It's a put TODOs ID, and we select the number 2. It needs a body with title, a new title, and description, a new description. Let's save it. Let's update to do. Let's send a new title, a new description. Let's get the list of to-dos, and we have it here. So we now have learned how to get a list of to-dos, create a new to-do, update a to-do, and delete a to-do. Now what I want to do is create a users table in the database where users can or will be able to log in. We will be looking at authentication and authorization. So for that, let's create a users table in the database. So let's go to database models and let's create our, let's copy that. Let's name it users. You will have an identity column. We'll have a username, and we will have a hashed password. This will be unique, nullable false, nullable false. Save it. And go to SQL developer. We should have the users table. Now what I want to do is create some path operations to actually get all the users and create a new user. Now, if I put it in here in the same main py file, it will get a little bit cluttered with lots of lines of code mixing users and to-dos. So what I will do is create a new folder called routes. If I create a new folder, I will create a new file called init.py. And I will create a new file called todos.py. And I will move everything related to to-dos into the router's to-dos. I'll basically copy everything in here, go to my to-dos, paste it, remove the FastAPI one. And what I will do is from FastAPI import API router, and I will say that my router and instantiate the router, and instead of app I will put router in here. And in my main file we'll basically remove everything that has to do with the to-dos and app include router. I will remove the unused packages on imports, We don't need those anymore. We don't need it. What we do need is from app routers, import TODOs, include router equals TODOs.router. We will give it some tags. It has to do with TODOs, and I will give it a prefix of TODOs. So in my TODOs file, I can now remove all the /TODOs because I'm including it in the prefix. And if I go to my docs, let me close. Let me go to my docs in here. I can see that I have a title TODOs that comes from, what is my main pie? That comes from the tags in here, and all have a prefix of TODOs. Now, if I want to include something related to users, by the way, before I go to the users, let me go to TODOs and remove this import that I don't need. And actually, let's put this one here and remove that one. So now I want to create a new router called users.py. I'm going to do the same thing from FastAPI, import API router, create my router. And I don't want to forget it. I want to include the router. I need to import it, users.router. I'm going to give it some tags of users and a prefix of user. I want to name it users. And in my users one, I'm going to create a router get users, async def get users. We need the DB. We'll get a session and depends get DB. I want to pass just for a second to import dependencies. Depends, and from app.database import get DB. And from SQLAlchemy.orm, we're going to import session. Now, very simple, users retrieve it equals DB. I'm going to query database models. I need to import it from app import database models dot users. I want to get them all and return users retrieved. So let's test it in Postman. Get users. We should not get any user, get users, because there are no users in the database. So it's empty. Now let's create some users. So let's do the same thing. Let's do a post. Create user. I'm going to copy this one. And what we're going to do is we need We need a user, and we need to create a Pydantic models called class user to create base model. And the reason why I name it like that is because it will have a username and it will have a password, not the hash password. It will have a password. Go back here, and we need to import it from app import Pydantic models, and I will call it user to create. So new user equals database models, not TODOs, but users. Users, correct? And we're gonna say new user hashed password equals. We need to implement this. A new user username equals user dot username, and we're gonna return. We're gonna add it, new user, and we are gonna commit it, and we're gonna return message successfully created. The user. So we need to implement the hashing of a password, and that's what we are gonna look up next. So hashed password should look like we need some function what we can call like hash user.password, which returns the hashed password. And that's what we're going to create. Going to create a utils.py, and we need to install some library in order to hash the password. I'm going to do pip install passlib. So not from pip, from passlib context import crypt context, and I'm going to find context equals script context. We define the schemes. It will be bcrypt. I think I need bcrypt library as well. I want to say hash password, which will be a string, and we need to return password context dot hash password. If we run unicorn, I think we need the bcrypt library. Let's test it out. In users, we need to import from app import utils, and let's some utils dot hash user dot password. Let's create the postman post into users and create a body which has a JSON of username Ricardo, and a comma, and a password of password. Let's save it as create user. Let's run it and pip install bcrypt. So let's cancel here, copy, install bcrypt, Run it again. Let's create a user. Successfully created user. I don't know what that is. Error reading bcrypt version. Let us check if I could create the user. Yeah, we are able to create the user with a hash password. That's perfect. And by the way, if we go to our docs, we now have TODOs, users. We're able to get the users from this docs, and we are able actually to create users. Okay, now we need to create a login API endpoint where the user can send, the user or the frontend can send the username and the password, and it will check against the database. And if the password matches the hashed password in the database, it will return an access token. So let's create a new router here. And let's call it login.py. Let's from FastAPI import API router and create the router as always, API router. And let's include it in the main. App include router, router equals login, login.router, the tags, login, and a prefix of login. So we need the user or the frontend to actually send through a post request the login details. And for this, we're going to create a new function called login. We'll need the database access from typing import annotated. It will return a session, and that is from SQLAlchemy.orm import session, and depends, that's from FastAPI, gets DB, and that we need from app.database import get database. So since we need to get in the through the body, let me show you very quickly, not as a JSON, but in the body as XWWW form URL encoded. We are going to implement the OAuth2. Specifications. And in order to get it through the body, we could do it ourselves and create user credentials and create a pedantics model. But there's already one module within FastAPI that will do that for us. And we will call annotated. We will get from FastAPI security, I think it's security import, this one, password request form. So it will return a password request form, and it will inject actually the auth2 password request form, but we can do it like that, and it will be the same. So what we need to do now is query if there's a username with the same credentials as one that we are getting from the user credentials, and check if there's the same username in the database. DB query We need to import database models from .app import database models. We are creating a database models.user, and we're going to filter it by database models again dot users dot username equals the user credentials username. User credentials, the OAuth 2 password request form will always have a username and a password. So we see that the OAuth 2 password request form requires the Python multipart, so we're going to install it. Run the UV cron again. So if there's not any user, we're going to raise an HTTP exception. We're going to get from FastAPI. I'm going to import status again. Exception with a status code equals status. Let's put a 4.3 forbidden with the detail of invalid credentials. It's actually invalid username, but we are not telling the user what he put wrong. So we are just responding with invalid credentials. If not, so what we need to do now is check if the, let's put it that way, if user credentials password does not verify with DB with the password, hashed password from the DB. So how do we do it? Remember, we hashed the password here. So we're going to create a new function here called verify. And I'm going to say that's a plain password, which will be a string, will be verified against the hashed password, which will be a string as well. And what we're going to say is return password context, verify the plain password with the hashed password. I'm going to close some of the files that I have open. So what we need to say now is if let's say we need to import from app port utils. If utils dot verify plain password is the user credentials dot password and the hashed password is the one that comes from the user dot hashed password. And if it does not verify, because then we will raise an HTTP exception, forbidden. If it does verify, then we're going to return an access token. and the token type will be a bearer token. So we have not implemented we need to implement generating the access token. So let's test it. Let's create a new HTTP post with login and body username will be Ricardo and password will be password. Let's save it as login. Let's send it. The object has no attribute hashed password. Okay. Oh, I need the results. That's the query. I need the result. Go back again. Okay, it returns an access token, which is a not valid access token. Let me try it with a bad password. Let me send invalid credentials. So I'm checking the credentials here. In the next video, we're going to see how we implement generating an access token. So we are going to generate an access token, a real access token. We're going to go to apps, app, and create a new file. I don't know why that happens. And that keeps happening. Or through, because that's the implementation or the specification that we are implementing. And we're going to define a new function called create access token. We're going to get some data as a dictionary. And we need to generate the token with a library called Jose. We have not installed that, so we're going to go on pip install Python Jose. I'm going to say from Jose import GVT. So what we could do here is say encoded, or let's say token equals GVT encode data with a key we need to specify, and we are going to call it secret key. And in order to generate a secret key, you can run this command. That's what I'm going to do. That's the secret key. And the algorithm we're going to use is HS. What is it? Let me go to this website. It's this one. And we're going to say access token expiration minutes equal 30. And we obviously don't want to save that one in the Py file, but we want to save it in the app settings. So I'm going to go to app settings, copy this one. And we want to save it in the env file. So I'm going to go and open the env file and save it. I'm going to remove the spaces. Should be without the spaces. And if we go to the app settings, remove this one, say it's a string. Here we say it's a string. And here we say it's an int. So we're going to import from app settings, import get settings, and the key, let me do this settings equals get settings. I'm going to say the key encode. The algorithm will be settings dot algorithm. The key is the secret key. And we need the data here. This, I'm going to put it in here just for reference. Secret key. Let's return it, return the token. Let's go back to the login and instead the this here, I'm going to say utils. No, not utils. From app import auth2. I'm going to say auth2 dot create access token with the data. What data do we want to let us put this in another line, make it cleaner. Access token equal, let's put it here, and we need to add our data that we want to encode. It will be the username. So what we will be doing is user.username. So this should work. Let's try it out. Let's go to Postman. Number app settings in auth2 from app settings. Save it. Let's go to Postman. Let's log in with the bad password. Should not work. Oh, bcrypt. This error. I don't know why I'm getting this error. I will try to figure out later. But I get a forbidden invalid credentials, and I hit send with the right password. I get an internal server error. Why? That should work. Because we were passing a string and it was expecting a dictionary. So the subject is the username. We're gonna call it username. And let's test it again. Okay, we're getting an access token. So that's good. The problem with this access token is that it never expires. And we want to add some expiration to it so that the user cannot have it forever and log in to the systems forever. or the front end and needs to refresh the token. So let's do that in the next video. So what we want to do now is add an expiration. So what I'm going to do is create a copy of our data, because what we're going to do is we want to data copy, update, add an expiration information, and I need to put here some expiration time. Like that. So how do we calculate the expiration time? Expiration time equals the current time, dates time. I'm going to import it. UTC now, or now UTC. How is it? UTC now? Oh no. From date time, import date time, UTC now. Plus we need to add a time delta. Time delta of minutes equal settings dot so many minutes. And that's it. So we are adding an expiration time. Let's test it. Login. Let's verify this token. Let's copy it. Go to this website, paste the token here. Have the algorithm, the token type, the username, and it says invalid signature because we're using base 64. If I change anything from the token, the signature will be invalid. We are not yet checking if the signature is valid or not. We're just sending back a JSON web token. It is actually very simple to make any API endpoint request an access token. And how do we do that? So what we're going to do is we are going to create an OAuth2 scheme, and this we're gonna from FastAPI security import we need to import this one, password bearer, and we're gonna say that the token URL is login. So just by injecting through a dependency this OAuth2 scheme, we are making those API endpoints request an OAuth2 password bearer token. So let's see that in action. Let's go to our routers. Let's go to TODOs and make this get path operation require an access token. So the way we do it, let's import from app import OAuth2, and we're gonna say token, and we're gonna be able to access actually the token annotated. That will be of type string, depends OAuth2 OAuth2 scheme. We save it. We now go to our docs. We'll see a login here and an authorize button. If we click authorize, we fill a bad user, let's say a user and a bad password. Authorize, it's forbidden because it's checking against the login page or the login API endpoint. And if I get a good password, I authorize, close, and then I can do get all TODOs. So now and I only have one to do. Now, let me do that here because I want to show you something. Let me get list to-dos, and I'm not sending any authorization header, no authorization bearer token here. Let's say no auth, and let's put send. It says not authenticated because this auth2 scheme, it's actually not a scheme, it's the auth2 passport bearer. It requires an access token. If I go to authorization and create and use a bearer token and put any token and send it, I will be able to get the to-dos, although I put a wrong token because I'm not validating yet if the token is right or not. I'm just saying that the get API endpoint needs an bearer token. So that's the only thing I'm saying. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how to implement it so that it requires and checks the bearer token and verifies it's a valid token, and that then you can use this functionality in your API endpoints to validate the authorization and authentication. So what I'm going to create is a new function called get current username, and I'm going to get the token from this auth2 scheme. So I'm going to basically copy this one, put it in here. We'll import annotated from typing, depends from FastAPI. And we get an auth2 scheme. So now what I want to do, and by the way, let's return the token. Let me show you something. So instead of, we can actually have multiple levels of dependencies. So if I go to my to-dos, I can create a dependency on my, not the scheme, but on the get current username. And I will have the same functionality as before. So this depends on the get current username, and get current username depends on the auth2 scheme. So it's the same functionality as before. I can actually send a request and log in and get the title and the description of my to-do with an invalid token, but it requires a token. If I put no authorization, I will get not authenticated. So let's go back to the code. And here in this code, what I want to do is validate if the token is a correct one and not return the token, but return the username. How do I do it? I'm going to say payload equals GBT decode token, because I'm getting the token from the auth2 passport bearer. I'm going to use secret key. I'm going to just define secret. Token key equals secret key. The algorithms equals settings algorithm. Username of type string equals payload username. Actually not, it's a dict, so I need to put get username. If username is none, then raise an HTTP exception, which I'm getting from FastAPI, and status as well. HTTP exception, the status code equals status not authorized, forbidden, or for one. Unauthorized or forbidden, which one? Detail equals not validate credentials. And I'm going to put some headers. We addict of bearer. Okay. If there's any exception, let me try an exception. Actually, not exception. GVT error. This is an GVT error exception. Then I'm going to raise the same exception. And I'm going to say username. I'm going to return username. So what this code does is it will get the token from the OAuth2 password bearer automatically. It will decode the token with the secret key and the algorithm and put it in payload. And then from the payload, I will get the username. Remember, this is the payload data. I will get the username. It's a dict. Then if the username is none, then I will raise an exception because I couldn't get the username because of a bad decoding of the token. Actually, if there's a bad decoding of the token, it will raise an GPT exception, and I will raise this exception and cannot validate credentials. So if it cannot get the username from the token, here it will raise an exception. If it cannot decode the token or it has an invalid signature, then it will raise a GPT error, and I will raise an HTTP exception. If it's there's no exception, I will return the username. So what I can do now is in the to-dos, instead of depending creating an injection on the, oh, that's correct, I modified it earlier. I will get the current username, I will get it as a string, I will get the username, and this should work. So let me test it. This shouldn't work, could not validate credentials. I put any other, could not validate credentials. If I log in, let me copy this one and go back to get users. No, list to-dos, sorry. Paste the token, and I am able to get the token. Not the token, the to-do. So in this video, I'm going to implement exactly what I did for this get API endpoint, but for the rest of the API endpoints as well. So it's as simple as copying these lines and pasting it here, and every function of the path operation. All right. I save it. I will go to my docs, and I should see a log in every operation related to the to-dos. Now I need to log in with the right access token in order to be able to execute any of these API endpoints. So what I want to do now is change a little bit the API endpoints in here now that we're receiving what the username is logged in, so that only the user that is logged in can retrieve their own to-dos and can create his own to-dos, delete their own to-dos, and update their own to-dos. So so that if there's another user logged in, he cannot see the to-dos that does not belong to him. So in order to do that, we have to modify a little bit the to-dos. And we need to add an owner username, which will be a column string. and we need to create a foreign key on to on users dot username, and on delete we want to cascade nullable cascade, and nullable should be false. So what happens now is that if I go to SQL Developer, I go to TODOs, it needs to reconnect, constraints, or even data, by the way. It has no owner username there. And that's a problem we're going to tackle afterwards when we talk about Alembics. But for now, what we will do is delete the table, because if we go to the database here, this line of code here, it creates a database, the database tables that are not created yet. It does not update the tables. So let me delete the TODOs one. Table drop. Has been dropped. And now if we reload, it should recreate the TODOs. Let me restart. The TODOs, but with the owner username. And if we go to edit the table, it has a foreign key constraint. On the owner username and reference called the username on the users table. So that worked. So now that we have that, let's go and edit our API endpoints and create some TODOs. Let's go to our TODOs. And instead of listing all of the TODOs, what we're going to do is a filter. Database models, TODOs, owner username equals username dot username. Or just the username. I'm returning the username. Before I test it, because we need to create some TODOs, let's create a new to-do with the right username. So here we need to set to-dos, owner username, owner username should be equal to username. And then we add the to-do. Let's test it. Create to-do. Let's call it the third to-do, my third description. Not authenticated. That's good because we need to put the bearer token. I can't remember. Let's say it's that one. Didn't paste, I didn't copy. Login, copy, create to do. Let's send it. To do created. Let's get to do's. My third description. And the owner username is Ricardo. Let's create a new user. Let's call it Felipe. Put the password. Successfully created the user. Let's log in with this user. I get an auth token. And let's list the to-dos. Let's create a to-do actually first with this token. And let's Felipe's to-do. Felipe's description. Create to-do. Let's list the to-dos. That's the Ricardo's one. That's Felipe's one. And if I go to the database, I go to data, I have 2 to-dos. So that seems to be working. Let's modify the delete and the put API endpoints. So let's go to, we have the get, we have the post. We need to modify the delete. What we need to do is do another filter here by database models to-dos owner username equals username. And that should work. And let's do the update one. And we need to do the same thing in the filter. Database models to-dos owner username should be equal to username. So now if I create, I'm logged in with get list. I'm logged in with Felipe. This is the token for Felipe. Let's create a to-do. Another to-do, another Felipe's to-do, another Felipe's description. I create the to-do. I want to update. That is to-do number. Let's get the to-dos, list to-dos. Let's ID number 3. Let's update it. Update to-do number 3. number 3. And let's put it a new Felipe's title, a new Felipe's description. It will fail because I don't have the authorization. So I need to put a bearer token here. And if I get list to-dos, I have a new Felipe's title. I will delete number 3 now to test it. Number 3. I will put the bearer token, send it to delete it. Let's list the to-dos. Yeah, and that works. So dropping the to-dos table and recreating it with this line was not ideal. And what I'm going to show you is how to very quickly use Alembics. Alembics is a tool that we can use to make some changes to our database and kind of save all the steps in order to apply those changes and also to undo the changes. And in that way, we can programmatically save what we've been doing to our database, and we don't need this line anymore. So I'm going to comment this line, and I'm going to show you how Alembics works. So let me Control-C this one. And the first thing I'm going to do is in my folder, I'm going to pip install Alembic first. And then Alembic init Alembic. And what we'll do, it will create this Alembic folder, and we need to configure Alembic first, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. So what I'm going to do now is edit this env file from Alembic to configure Alembic to be able to access the database. So what I need to do, from app settings, import get settings, and from app database models, import Bates. We need to change this target metadata to base.metadata, and we need to get username equals get settings. Let me put it settings equals get settings, username equals settings dot Oracle database username, password equals settings dot Oracle DB password, and DSN equals settings dot Oracle DSN. Then below this line, we're going to say config set main option. I'm going to say that SQLAlchemy URL equals an F string of Oracle. We're going to use the Oracle driver, username, password, DSN. And we have already configured it, so we don't need to do anything else here. Now Alembic can have access to the Oracle database and knows how to connect. Now we're going to do some changes to our database. We're going to say that created at equals a column timestamp, which I need to import from SQLAlchemy SQL types, import timestamp time zone equals true, nullable equals false, default is func current. We need to import func from SQLAlchemy. Current timestamp. And we're going to do the same, exactly the same thing for the users. So we've now made a change. And how do we apply it to the database? So we now need to execute those changes. How do we do that? We're going to say Alembic revision auto generate added created at columns. And it will create a version here. Let us wait until it finishes. It's taking long. I don't know what's happening. Okay, it generated this file. If I go to versions, it generated this file where it creates some new column. If I upgrade, and it adds our new column to users and to to-dos and users, and it drops users and to-dos created at. If so that was auto-generated. Let's check if that works. So now we need to run Alembic upgrade head, and it will run table must be empty to add mandatory not null column. So let's do some quick changes. We will need to do something different in order to fix it, but let's remove the nullable false, because then we will need to, Oracle is saying that, yeah, what happens to the rows that don't have created at yet? And he's right. I will remove it. I will edit. We'll put nullable true. True. And let's try that again. Okay, it worked. So now, if I go to my to-dos, refresh, let's refresh here. It shows a new column created at. Now let's create a new to-do. Let's create a new to-do. Called additional description, send. Okay, I'm not running Ubicorn. Let's send that. To-do created. Let's go to the database. Let's refresh. And we're having a timestamp in here. So every time you create a new change, you can auto detect the new changes made with this line of code. This command, Alembic revision auto generate m added created columns. If you want to create a new revision yourself, you create Alembic revision m, you add a text, and then it will generate a new file, and then you need to edit yourself the upgrade and downgrade one. So that's it with Alembics. I'll see you in the next video. So we now need to execute those changes. How do we do that? We're going to say Alembic revision auto generate added created at columns. And it will create a version here. Let us wait until it finishes. It's taking long. I don't know what's happening. Okay, it generated this file. If I go to versions, it generated this file where it creates some new column. If I upgrade, and it adds our new column to users and to TODOs and users, and it drops users and TODOs created at. If so that was auto-generated. Let's check if that works. So now we need to run Alembic upgrade head, and it will run table must be empty to add mandatory not null column. So let's do some quick changes. We will need to do something different in order to fix it, but let's remove the nullable false, because then we will need to, Oracle is saying that, yeah, what happens to the rows that don't have created at yet? And he's right. I will remove it. I will edit. We'll put nullable true. True. And let's try that again. Okay, it worked. So now, if I go to my to-dos, refresh, let's refresh here. It shows a new column created at. Now let's create a new to-do. Let's create a new to-do. Called additional description, send. Okay, I'm not running Unicorn. Let's send that. To-do created. Let's go to the database. Let's refresh. And we're having a timestamp in here. So every time you create a new change, you can auto detect the new changes made with this line of code. This command, Alembic revision auto generate m added created columns. If you want to create a new revision yourself, you create Alembic revision m, you add a text, and then it will generate a new file, and then you need to edit yourself the upgrade and downgrade one. So that's it with Alembics. I'll see you in the next video. So we now need to execute those changes. How do we do that? We're going to say Alembic revision auto generate added created at columns. and it will create a version here. Let us wait until it finishes. It's taking long. I don't know what's happening. Okay, it generated this file. If I go to versions, it generated this file where it creates some new column. If I upgrade, and it adds our new column to users and to to-dos and users, and it drops users and to-dos created at. If so that was auto-generated. Let's check if that works. So now we need to run Alembic upgrade head, and it will run table must be empty to add mandatory not null column. So let's do some quick changes. We will need to do something different in order to fix it, but let's remove the nullable false, because then we will need to, Oracle is saying that, yeah, what happens to the rows that don't have created at yet? And he's right. I will remove it. I will edit. We'll put nullable true. Let's try that again. Okay, it worked. So now, if I go to my to-dos, refresh, let's refresh here. It shows a new column created at. Now let's create a new to-do. Let's create a new to-do. Called additional description, send. Okay, I'm not running Unicorn. Let's send that. To-do created. Let's go to the database. Let's refresh. And we are having a timestamp in here. So every time you create a new change, you can auto detect the new changes made with this line of code. This command, Alembic revision auto-generate m added created columns. If you want to create a new revision yourself, you create Alembic revision m, you add a text, and then it will generate a new file, and then you need to edit yourself the upgrade and downgrade one. So that's it with Alembics. I'll see you in the next video. If you want to be able to reach your APIs from different servers, you need to configure cross-origin CORS. So let me save that. Let me close every tab except this one. And we are going to configure the CORS. So if you don't have the CORS configured, it will only allow a request from the same server. And with the configuration I'm going to show you, you will be able to get requests from any server, and you will be able actually to edit the configuration yourself in order to only allow from a specific IP addresses. So let's say origins equals dict. I'm going to allow it from anywhere. I'm going to add a middleware and I'm going to add CORS middleware. And that I need to import from FastAPI, middleware CORS, import CORS middleware. Allow origins equal origins. Allow credentials equal true. I'm going to allow any method. And I'm going to allow headers. And with that, you have your cross origin enabled for any IP address. So now that I have an application running, it's not a very super complete application, but it's working. I want to show you how to deploy it. And I want to create a container out of this whole project and then deploy it in different ways. And one of the ways will be running it as a container in the Oracle Cloud. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a new file called Docker. It's not Docker, it's called Docker file. Do you want to install the recommended Docker? I will install it. And while it's installing, I'm going to say that from the package Python 3.12, I will expose port 80. I will say that my work dir is code. That's where I'm going to put the code. And I'm going to do pip. I want to show you this one. I'm going to do pip freeze requirements.txt. We'll create a file with all the different package I have installed. And I'm going to say copy requirements.txt to code requirements.txt. Then I'm going to run pip install. By the way, I'm using 3.12. I should be using 3.11.6, the one I selected, but I think it works fine with this one as well. No cache here. I'm going to upgrade our code requirements.txt. And then I'm going to copy everything in the app folder to code app. And I run the command unicorn app main app proxy headers host port 80. And if I now build, you need to have Docker installed, by the way. You can go to Docker or Rancher desktop. So I'm going to run Docker build FastAPI Oracle image dot Docker not found. There's another software that we need, and it's Docker. Or if you cannot install Docker, you prefer another one, you can install Rancher Desktop. I will download it for Mac. I'm gonna run the installation file, move it to my applications. And I will run it. Okay, my computer crashed, so I've installed Rancher Desktop correctly. Now what I need to do is, I actually did it already, but let me do it again. Build FastAPI Oracle image dot. I've created this Docker file. Once it's finished building, I have created this Docker compose where I create an instance with the image and the, let's put port 8000 as my local machine port, and it should redirect or map it to the port 80 from the Docker container, and it should read the environments from an end file. So if I do Docker compose up, I can now go to my local host, port 8000 /docs, and I have my documentation here, and do redoc, and I have my redoc documentation as well here. So this seems to work in a container. The next thing I want to do is deploy it to OCI, to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. In order to deploy it to OCI, what I will do is actually publish it to GitHub. I'm going to sign in with my account. And I want to publish it to a public repository. And by the way, I don't want to push the .vnv and other files. So what I need to do before doing that, new file, .git ignore. And I want to add the VNV files, the env file, that's the directory. I want to also avoid pushing PyCaching folders. And that's it. Let's publish to GitHub, to a public repository. I see PIC files being pushed as well. So I added PyCache to the Git. I did a Git reset. I will push to, by the way, I just realized the name is incorrect. I made a mistake in my folder, but I'm gonna create my first commit with all the code. Yes. Okay. Cancel. So I added PyCache to the git ignore, as well the VNV, env, and PIC. I did a git reset because I was not able to get rid of this PyCache files. And I need to configure now git global user.name, git config global user.email. Now let's first commit, publish to branch, FastAPI Oracle to public repository. Okay, I've published it to GitHub in this case, And I'm gonna jump onto the Oracle Cloud now. So I have built the image now. If I go to Docker and say images, I can see my image here. So I could now go to Oracle Cloud and create a Oracle container registry, upload my image to the OCIR, the registry, and then create an instance from there. But the problem I have, this is a Mac with an Intel chip, and what I want to get is the benefit of the always free Oracle Cloud resources. And I want to use maybe one container instance using ARM Ampere 1. It's another architecture, it's ARM, not Intel. And if I want to have a front end, for example, I could use a second instance on an ARM Ampere 1. And I could benefit from the free resources. If I use the image now, I need to use an image instance based on Intel, and I don't have those for free. So what I want to do now is create an instance in OCI, which runs on ARM, and I will build the Docker image from an ARM computer, from an ARM actually virtual machine. So let's do that. Let's create a networking, a VCN, call it VCN. Cyberblocks we want to use is 16th one shown in the example. Create VCN. I want to create subnet. Subnet. I want a private subnet. I want to make it as secure as possible. And create the subnet. Okay, it's available now. I want to now go to compute, instances, create an instance. I want always free, but I want a different shape. Ampere one, I want this one with 6 gigas of RAM. I have already the ones that I downloaded earlier. So let me put the public in here. And VCN, subnet, it's a private one. And that's created. So we need to select another availability domain. Let's try this one. Okay, it's provisioning. We will need the terminal. We'll put the font much bigger. And while it's provisioning, I'm gonna go into test user, create a new folder called SSH. I'm gonna do that with the terminal. and I'm gonna go to downloads. No, H. I'm gonna go to downloads. I'm gonna go to test user / SSH. I'm gonna put the public and private keys in there, known as chmod everything. All right. Okay, the instance has been created. Now, how do we connect to the instance? I'm going to create a bastion. I think it's in security. Bastion is here. It's kind of virtual machine that stands in between our private one, so that I can access this public one in between. So you will see I create a bastion, I select the BCN, select a subnet, and I will allow any connection from anywhere. Yeah, let's create a session. I will go and select an instance, and I will generate again a key pair. Okay. We're gonna name it differently so that we don't get confused with the other ones. We're gonna name it bastion key actually it's dot key. Is it the bastion? Yes. Dot key, use key, and I will call it bastion.key.pub. I'm gonna move it to SSH folder, and I'm gonna apply the same permissions. Okay. So now that we have public key and private key, you're gonna create a session. Now if you click here, you can copy SSH command, and we need to provide a private key for the bastion. A local port, let's say 2323. Accept the fingerprint. Add a new terminal. Now SSH with the private key through OPC at localhost port 2323. And now we are connected to the instance. So we're connected to this instance, to the bastion. So I want to install Git. This should be a NAT gateway. Now it should work. Yeah. My problem. I will leave that installing and come back once it's installed. So it has just finished. We'll go to my local folder and oh. So now we have the FastAPI here, and the only thing we need is the VNV. I will create the VNV file. I will copy it from here. I will write quit. And from my virtual machine, I'm gonna build it. Docker build. Do I have Docker installed? Docker not found, so Docker. I will pause the recording here again and come back when it's done. That's completed, so I will create the Docker image. Let's say Docker build FastAPI Oracle image dot. We can run it as well with Docker run port 8000 env file .env FastAPI Oracle image latest. Let's run it detached. Let's do Docker ps. It's running, and let's curl localhost 8000 docs. And we can see that we're accessing our API. So now I want to push it to the OCI registry. So let's go to developer service, container registry, and let's create one. Create repository. It will be a private one. It will be called FastAPI. Let's create it. So that's done very, very fast. So let's try to push it into this repository. Okay, I'm back. I got disconnected. So if I try to connect to the Bastion, let's see if I'm lucky and it's still on. Yes, I can still connect. I connected to the Bastion and I connected to the local host now. And I was reading, pushing images to the Oracle Docker client is super easy actually. The first thing we need to do is go to the Oracle dashboard. I will authorize the access. That sometimes happens. If that happens, go back to cloud.oracle.com and sign in again. And that should work. Now go to your user, my profile. Go to auth tokens. We're going to create an auth token as per the instructions. Generate a token. We will call it FastAPI container registry. I'm going to copy it into my nodes. Close. Ah, here it is. Yes. Okay. The next step is actually going to the terminal window. I'm going to list my images. I have my localhost FastAPI Oracle image, and I need to log into the container registry by making login, docker login, and the region key, mine is, I think it's Frankfurt, Oracle region keys. Frankfurt, it's Fra. So fra.ocr.io. I'm going to put my username. I need to enter tenancy slash username. So I will go back to my developer services container registry. And here we can see the information about the, I have my tenancy namespace slash username, and my username is my email address. Hit enter, and now I will use the auth token. Enter, login succeeded. Fantastic. Locate the image in my machine. I did that already, and now I need to tag. So I'm going to do docker images, docker tag image identifier. Let's use this one. And target tag should be fra.ocr slash tenancy namespace repo name slash version. So repo name is FastAPI. Tenancy name slash repo name v1.0. And the instructions. Let's put it like that. And now let's docker images, docker push v1.0. That's it. Once it's pushed, I should see the image in here. Let's just wait a second. Docker images. Okay. Let's reload here. Oh, I created another one. So one, yeah, but it will work. It will still work. So I created a FastAPI Oracle. Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. I did it the right way. So now I go to container instances. We'll create a container instance. I will select arm ampere shape. and I will select the subnet, click next, select the image. So I will open this page because this probably won't work. I need to add some policies, select image. And here we need to enter the variables, the environment variables, like the database username, the Oracle DB password, the Oracle DSN, the secret key, the algorithm, the access token expiration time. I will add the values, the Oracle DB password, the DSN, the secret key, the algorithm used, and the expiration time in minutes. And before I hit, well, I will hit next. But before I actually do that, I need to create some policies to let container instances pull images from the container registry. So I will open a new tab. And I will create a dynamic group, search dynamic. Not there, sorry. Policies. Where was it? Okay, they must have moved it very recently because now you have to select your domain, a dynamic group. Now we create a dynamic group called container instance dynamic group. I will give it a rule of, I will copy it here. Now I need to create a policy. I'll copy it. Policies. Create a policy. I will create it. Now it should work. Let's create it. So basically what we're doing is we created the Docker image with our application, with our FastAPI application, and we are creating an instance of it in the Oracle Cloud. But it failed. Let us check why it failed. Maybe the policies did not yet work. Let us try again. I'm gonna try again. I don't know honestly why it failed. Container instances. Let us terminate this one. The ARM Ampere processor. Let us use the credentials manually. It should actually work. And this is the container registry. Namespace slash username and there's a space, white space here. And let's put the out token. Let's put the variables again. Secret key, the algorithm, and expiration time in minutes. Next. Create. It's taking too much time. Something is wrong. Oh, it's active. It worked. So it's active now. Now what we want to do is use a load balancer. By the way, the internet IP address is this one. We will create a load balancer. Create a load balancer. Do the public load balancer. Attach it to that VCN. Okay, we need to specify a public subnet. We need to create one. So we need to go back to networking, VCNs, select the VCN, and create a public subnet. And the problem now is that I think we selected old range. Now there's an overlap because we selected so we made a problem. That's a problem. I need a CIDR calculator. CIDR calculator. So we have this. Ranges from 10.0.0.0 to last IP 0.0.0. Okay. So we could actually use, where is it? So what we could do is 10.0.0, no, 1.0.24. It's a public subnet, default security list, create subnet, a name, public subnet. public subnet. Create a load balancer. Select VCN, public subnet. It will check I think it's 8,000 that we selected. And let's select docs. Next. I don't have a certificate right now, but I'll create one. Let's just use HTTP first, and then we will change it to HTTPS. Submit. Need to add a backend. Once it's completed, and I can add backends. Okay, I can add a backend now. Add backends. We'll use the IP address. I made a mistake here. We should see our backend in here. And now it should check if it can reach that IP address and that port. You see connection failed. So now that we have the container instance running, let's go and create a load balancer. We will create the load balancer in a public subnet. So we need to go and select our VCN. Here it is. Create a new subnet. We will call it public subnet. I'll choose a cited block that does not overlap the other subnet or the other cited block. We do a public subnet. I want to create actually a security list. So let's create first a security list. Let's call it public subnet security list. I will allow ingress from everywhere, from port 80 and from port 443. That's HTTPS. Rules for egress. I will allow all. I will create a security list. Now I will create a subnet. Let me create a route table. First, public route table. And let's create a subnet. Public subnets. Public subnet security list. Create subnet. Click in there. Edit it. I want the public route table. And the other thing I want to do is in the route table, the public route table, I want to have an internet gateway. Now we need an internet gateway. So if you are working with a public subnet and you want to reach internet, you need an internet gateway. If you're dealing with a private subnet, you need a NAT gateway. And now we can create the load balancer. Create a load balancer. VCN. It is in the public subnet. Health check policy. We will cannot remember now if we started it on port 80 or port 8000. I believe it was 8000. And I'm not going to select the root URL, so the path like that, because it will answer, it will result in a not found, and it will not, answer a success 200 or something like that. But if I go to docs, I know this URL exists and would answer with 200 status. I will click next. First, I will listen to HTTP. Next, I will show you how to create some SSL or listen to this port with some SSL certifications. So let's click next, submit or log group, submit. So in the meantime, let me open a new tab. Find the container instance, developer services, container instances, and find the private IP address, which is this one. So I need to wait until it's active. And then I need to go to the backend sets. I need to add one backend set. Actually, I will add only one backend. Add backends, IP address. I think it was port 8000. And let's wait. backends. Now we have one backend. In the public subnet, by the way, let's go to the VCN. Let's go to the VCN. The public subnet security list. I need to add port 8000. Let me go back to the load balancer. Oops, does not seem good. Critical. Connection failed. Let me add the, what port do I have here? Port 8000. Let me check with the 80. I cannot remember now which port we opened. We need to wait. This should work actually. Either the port 8000 or port 80. This should work actually. You see, it's working. It was port 80. Now if we go to the load balancer and then go on to the public IP address, this one, and go to docs, this is working. But you see, it's not secure. So we will fix that. I'll show you how to fix it in the next video. So we're going to use Cloudflare, and I'm going to explain just in a couple of seconds how we'll be using it. I'm logging in into my account. And we need some SSL certificates. And what we're going to do, go into ricardotoma.com to the DNS. I'm going to create a new record called FastAPI with the IP address of the load balancer and save it. Not the HTTP, and save it. And we go to SSL TLS. We can create some full encryption, which means if I go to fastapi.ricardotoma.com docs, you will see, okay, this the server's down. I don't know why. Yeah, the reason for that, it's because it's full strict. It's looking for port 443. If I select flexible, it encrypts between the browser and Cloudflare. and it does not do nothing or take care on the Cloudflare and the origin server. So if I reload here, it reloads, it shows us it is secure here, connection is secure, but actually it's encrypting only from the browser to the Cloudflare servers, because I'm proxying this with Cloudflare right now. But I want a certificate between Cloudflare and the origin server. So I will click full strict. And now I need a certificate on the origin server. So I will click origin server, create a certificate for the hostname fastapi.ricardotomà.com. We'll create that certificate. We'll copy both. That's the origin certificate. And that's the private key. Click to copy. I'm copying into my notes. And what we need to do now is go back to our load balancer. We want to have a listener on port 443. Create listener, HTTPS listener. We're going to select load balancer managed certificates. I'm going to select the backend set and create the listener. We forget the most important part. We need to add a certificate. Load balancer managed certificate. We create certificate, and we need to say that's the origin Cloudflare certificate. I'm going to paste the SSL certificate. That's the first one. I want to specify a private key. I want to paste the private key. I'm gonna add the certificate. And in the meantime, certificates. Succeeded. We should have the certificate in here. Okay, now we create the listener. Create listener, HTTPS listener. So the load balancer will listen to the HTTPS. We'll use the certificate, select the backend set, and create the listener. And we actually don't want the AA port 80 listener. We can actually remove it. Now, just to double check, I have the full strict selected. And once the request succeeds, I should be able to reload without any issue. And actually, if I go to my listeners, I could actually remove not support. Remove that. Delete this listener. So it will only listen to HTTPS. So now we have our FastAPI deployed on a container instance with SSL certificate and very secure. Well, it's secure from the point of the deployment. It's obviously not secure that anyone can create a new user and log in and create posts and so on. So this is obviously not the intention, but I wanted to show you how to deploy it on a container instance. It is actually very easy, and you could have your APIs running and deployed on OCI, and you could actually create the front end and deploy it also on OCI, and it will be 100% free. So let me show you how to deploy it instead of the container instance to the instance that we created together. So we have the container instance created here. In developer services, the container instance, it's running. The load balancer is connected to the instance, to the container instance, and it's working. I can create to-dos, log in, and it has SSL enabled. So I connected now to the session, to the Bastion server, to a session, and I'm connected to the instance. So what I want to do now is let us test. I just got disconnected. Let me connect back again. So what I want to do now is, first of all, I need to install Python 3.11. I think I already did that offline. But if you don't, you install it like that. Not like that, like that. It's already installed, but if you didn't install it, you can just do it like that. Next, what I want to do is, I already did that for you, but you go into the directory of FastAPI and you create a VNV environment. Last time we did it with Visual Studio Code. Let me remove it, or let me just rename it and create a new one. The way you create it is by doing Python 3.11 model VNV and create it to directory.vnv. And if I list it, I have a VNV environment. The next thing you need to do is actually search into that environment. VNV bin activate. And now we need to, let us check the version of Python. Should be 3.11.5. So next thing we need to do is pip install from the requirements file. Okay. And I'm going to run UVcorn in port 8000. So I want to open the firewall on port 8000. So it will be public. I'm going to add port 8000 TCP. Success. Let us check. Firewall CMD. Let us list all. So the port is open. Now, if the machine reboots, it will not be permanent. I forgot actually to do like that. Success. And let's test UVcorn. So let's do RAM. Yeah, let's do UVcorn. What was it? App, main app, and host 000 and port 8000. And it seems to work. So it won't be permanent. We will be fixing that just in a second. But the next thing I want to do now is change the load balancer and point it to this instance to test it. So let's go to the load balancer. Instead of deleting it and creating another one and adding the origin certificates and the private key as we did in the last videos, I'm going to just edit it and leave that the same. And I'm just going to, go to backend sets, go to my backends, put this one offline or delete it. I'm going to put it offline, edit online state off, true. Let us wait until it finishes. Let us go to the backend set again. The backends. Before I forget it, update the health check because it was on the port 80. I want the port 8000. And I want to create a new backend. And I want the instance. And the port 8000. Let's view the work request. Oh, it's okay already. Oh, it's in progress. Succeeded. Let's go to the backend set. Backend. Should actually work. Let us test that. Bad gateway. Maybe it didn't finish. I like it when it goes green. Let us refresh. Pending. It should work. I open up the port. It's running. And it seems to be working. Yes, it's working already. It's not yet green, but as you can see, it's working. I saw it because I got some requests here. If I go to / not found, and I should get a not found in here. So perfect, it's working. It needs to go green at some point in time, but I know it's working. Let us refresh. And now it's okay. I have this critical one because I put it offline, but it's working. Now the problem is if I reboot the machine or the machine gets rebooted for some reason, it won't get started. So the next thing I want to do is create a service so that it starts automatically when the machine boots. So let's go and make that service. Let me Ctrl C. If I refresh, it shouldn't work. It does not work. That's expected. Now let's go to system D, system, and let's create a service called uvicorn.service. And let's create unit, description of the service. It will be uvicorn FastAPI Oracle application or API backend server. It should start after the network online.target. And let us create the service. User OPC group OPC. OPC is the name of the user. Working directory equals home OPC FastAPI Oracle environment equals path equals home OPC FastAPI Oracle .vnv /bin, and the environment file equals home OPC FastAPI Oracle.env. exec start equals home OPC FastAPI Oracle vnv then uvicorn app main app host 1234 port 8000, and lastly install wanted by multi-user.target. Let's write it and let's quickly check. Didn't made any typo. Looks good. Quit and let us sudo run the service. Start uvicorn. Okay, it failed. It is expected. And I will explain you why it failed. It's permission denied. So Oracle Linux has something which is called SE Linux, which is an enhanced kind of security and permission system. And if I do sudo set enforce 0 and I deactivate this sudo set enforce 0, I'm deactivating the SE Linux. I've started. I still get, no, that was a status, not start. If I started, if I sudo started, apologies, sudo started, it should work. So if I sudo system ctl status uvicorn.service, it's running. So you can deactivate the SE Linux, but I won't be doing that. I will be going back. I will be first, let me stop the service. Stop uvicorn. And let me sudo set enforce 1. Force 1. I'm activating it again. And let me fix the error. There was a command here where you can see the log. Let me go back system sudo system ctl start uvicorn. Okay. And let me do so what we can do is allow this for executing with these two commands. I will save those commands in my notepad. But I do believe that if I change the context of the files from OPC, it will or should work. So what I need to do is go to my home folder, go to FastAPI and sudo change context for do it recursively. The target should be HTTPD sys content T and all. If I do check the context, I've changed the context. The only thing I need to do, go to VNV, and bin should have another context. It should change context. It should have the bin T context. So let me try that again. Now it worked. Now the system is disabled. That means that if I reboot the machine, I will need to go back again manually and start Uvicorn. But what I can do is enable it so that every time the machine restarts or reboots, it will be enabled by default. So now if I reboot the machine, let me just check that it should be working. Yes. Now if I reboot the machine, sudo reboot, I will get disconnected. I will refresh in here. It won't work, but as soon as the machine starts, it should be running and it should work. So let us wait just a couple of seconds. Let me try to reconnect. Cannot connect yet. Cannot connect yet. Let me try again. I can connect now. Let me reload. Still not working. That's weird. Sudo system cdl status Uvicorn. It is active and running. Localhost 8000 docs. It's working. That's strange. Should be working. Let me sudo firewall cmd to check the port should be open because we made it permanent. It's open. Oh, no, it took a while, probably because of Cloudflare. It's working now. All right, so we deployed it on an instance using the Oracle load balancer and the Cloudflare SSL certificate between the load balancer of Oracle and Cloudflare. And Cloudflare provides an SSL certificate in between the browser and the Cloudflare. Now what I want to show you is how to deploy it on a virtual machine which runs on a public IP address with your own load balancer or proxy server like NGINX and your own SSL certificates. So the first thing I want to do is actually create a custom image of this instance because I want to reuse this instance and create a new instance, but on the public with a public ID address, so in the public subnet. So let me just create custom image. Let me call it UVcorn server. And in the meantime, let me go to developer services, container instances, and shut down this instance. I don't need it anymore. So I will delete. The other thing I want to do, let me clean up the things, go to the load balancer and delete it as well, or terminate it. So this should not be working now. Let me go back to the instance. Creating image. So let us wait a couple of seconds or minutes until the image is ready. And then I will create a new instance, but in the public subnet. Okay, the image has been created already. I will create a new instance now. I will select change shape. Maybe I'm too fast here. The Ampere one. This one. Change the image. We'll go to my images. I should have this UVcorn server. I will use the same key. Subnet is a public subnet. Let me recheck that. Public subnet. Assign IP address. And this should be all good. Public IP address. Okay. Create. Out of capacity. Let me check and go to 81. Create. I have my public IP address. It's still provisioning, but instead of using a Bastion server with a session, I will SSH directly to the instance. And the way I do it, I have this private key here. I use this private key, OPC, at, and the public IP address. And once it's running, I will SSH to that instance. I will come back once it's provisioned. Okay, in the meantime, what I will be doing is actually logging into my account. Go to my website, to the DNS, and create a new record called FastAPI instance. And the IP address will be this public IP address here. I will say no proxy and save. So if I now go to FastAPI instance cloudautomata.com should not work. And I will come back once it is provisioned. Okay, I just hit the stop recording and it was running already. So let me SSH. In the meantime, let me check the security list. I will add port 80. We don't need port 8000, by the way. I will just leave it for testing purposes. Add port 80. And let me check if I can SSH. Not working. Oh, I'm missing port 22 here. Let me try again. Now, all right. And if I curl localhost port 8000 /docs, should be working. If I go to FastAPI instance, this should not be working. If I go to port 8000, it should be working because I open up that port. So port 8000 is working. What I will do now is in the security list, close the port 8000. I don't want that. I want the port 80. And I have it duplicated apparently here. So let me remove it. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is install NGINX. And let us start the service. And let us close this one. Docs. Okay, what I need to do is open the port 80. By the way, I did not do that. And let me just check that this one started correctly. It started correctly. It is not enabled, so I will enable it. And I will open up the port 80. So firewall CMD. How was it? Public. How was it? Can't remember the command again. Port 80 TCP. Let's make it permanent. Let us just test it. Let us just do the 443 as well. Let us test it. Sudo firewall CMD. How was it? List all. Port 8000 is still open. I don't care because I just closed it and the security list. But let's make it permanent. And see the 443 permanent as well. Oh, it was fast, huh? It just loaded the port 80 here. And what we want to do is actually redirect it, proxy it to the port 8000 internally in the instance. So let us do that. Let's go here. Let's go to NGINX. Sudo vim nginx. And let's edit the location. And let's do proxy pass HTTP localhost port 8000. Let's add these additional options. Oops. Let's restart NGINX. Let's reload. And it's not working. Okay, I found the error. It was related to SL Linux. You have to enable HTTPD can network connect to 1. So you run this, you enable it, and then it magically works. Now we need an SSL certificate, and I'm going to show you how to handle it now in the next video. So I'm going to follow the instructions from certbot. I will say that I have an NGINX website running on CentOS 8. That's what I selected. So now what we need to do is SSH to the server. I'm already SSH'd. Install snapd. I'm going to follow the instructions. I don't think I have the snapd installed. Snapd, I don't have it. Oh, this version without the snapd daemon pre-installed. CentOS. I will select Red Hat Enterprise Linux, actually. I will do cat, etc. What is it? It's a version 8.8. Let me select CentOS. Follow the instructions. I will do the upgrade here. It will take a while, but I will stop the video and continue once it's ready. Let me just rerun it. I think it was already installed. It is already installed. I did the upgrade. Let's install the snap. No such package. Let me go to the Red Hat Enterprise Linux installation, because Oracle Linux is compatible with Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So let me just go and fetch it from there. And let's now install it. Yes. Complete. Let's enable it. Let's follow just the instructions. That's okay. I installed snapd. I did not install any certbot packages. So I will stop. Install. Device not yet seeded or device not acknowledged. Let me try again. Oh, now it works. And I want it to get installed on NGINX and manage it automatically for me. Email address. No, I don't want that. The domain was this one. So the HTTP. Can I go back? No. FastAPI instance.picarotama.com. Let's refresh. And here we have it. Connection is secure with a certificate on port 443. Congratulations, you reached the end of the course. Although it was a long one, we were not able to get deep into a lot of details. But I hope that this full video gives you the minimum so that you can start building API projects with FastAPI, and then you can dig deeper into the documentation of FastAPI, which is a very good one documentation, by the way. And regarding the deployment, I give you the minimum so you can start deploying it, but you can search also the Oracle Docs documentations, which is actually very, very good as well. And I hope you learned a lot from this lesson, and I hope to see you soon in the next one. Wish you all the best.